what do we have to do today? So I've been looking at some really amazing things for a while now. Like I was working with SvelteKit forms, and SvelteKit makes it pretty easy to work with forms. It's not something you have to really fight against. Uh, though that being said, we can definitely make things easier by using some sort of libraries for validation and let's say for components as well as for showing the different states of the form itself. So that is something that we have to kind of look into today. uh, Mostly we'll be dealing with forms, and I can particularly um, go through what I have actually created till now, and we can move from there, right? So before we even start doing something like that, we need to have some sort of good music, some music that'll just help us chill out, chill out. Okay, we'll look at coding music because I think this one is pretty good, and I'll share it with you guys if you ever wanna just listen to it while you are actually coding. Anyhow, we also want to set up our workspace in a way that actually facilitates this quick switching between all of the different types of. And we'll also want to update this thing, that is PowerToys. PowerToys is a really good tool. If you are using Windows, you kind of have to get get this right. You kind of have to start using it because it's just an amazing sort of uh, collection of tools that will make your life easier. For example, it has a color picker, so if at any moment you want to get the color code of a particular item from your screen, you can just use the color picker. For if I show you, I just press Windows Shift C and I have this color picker, and when I choose the color, it just copies it to the clipboard, and I can use it anywhere I want. And that's so cool to be able to do that. But another one that I frequently use is the fancy zones tool, which you can just create different zones in which you can uh, you know just put in all of your different windows, and then it makes it really easy to switch between windows in your in a particular zone. Okay, I don't understand why this disconnected at this point. uh, it shouldn't be the case, but anyhow, it's just uh, we can use the option that I want to enable is this one. Okay, override Windows Snap, and this will allow me to quickly set up Windows. And I'll go and just put this one here, and then I'll take my so what I've set up till now. In the base directory, I went with a simple form which has nothing to do with any sort of uh, pre-built libraries for SvelteKit. So this one just goes ahead and sets up a form for us. And if we go to localhost 5173, we can kind of see the kind of form that we have available. And another thing that I'd want to do is set up keyboard shortcuts. So for the fake filler, of course, I want okay, so Control Alt F isn't assigned to anything, and Control Shift S F is also not. So I can use Control Alt F. Okay, I can use only one of those, and that should kind of work. So this will just fake fill the form for us, and if we submit the form, we can kind of see what happens. If it is successful, we get this kind of message of all of the details that we fake filled. But if we just remove one or two of these, and I haven't set required on them so that I can actually validate the whole thing. And if I submit it now, what I'll get is errors, and those errors will be displayed beneath the form. Another thing that will happen is that these values that were actually valid will be retained, which we want because we don't want the user to go ahead and again change the different things, right? So that's more or less the main primary form. Then I tried with superforms, which further makes it easy to work with forms, but it does not provide any styled components, so you have to style things on your own, right? And so the code for that is also pretty simple. You just get superforms from SvelteKit-superforms. You can import all of these uh, fields from Formsnap, which provides you components to work with superforms. Uh, so think of it like the front end validation and handling the form state, whereas superforms, you know, doing it without that would be just raw dogging it. But anyhow, we can rely on this pretty cool library, and you can just provide it a schema. And I've set up the schema like this. So I have two schemas. One is a fairly simple one with the value of on for the consent, and the other just takes it as a boolean. And what I want to do is in the second one, if I go back to the shad that I direct so this form I used kind of Shadcn svelte to style, and then I used Formsnap on top of it, which it kind of gives you all of these utilities to work with. And right now if I just fill in this form and I submit it, you can see that I get all of the values updated down here. And if I change the name, that also appears right here. So this utility is something that is provided to us by uh, uh, superforms, and it's called super debug. And what you do is uh, pass it the form data itself, and it'll just update the data that you fill, and it'll also update the status of the page. So in SvelteKit, what generally happens is if the form is filled successfully, uh, you'll get a 200 status code which is displayed right here. But if it isn't, then you'll get a 500 status code most probably. And you have the ability to kind of uh, customize the error code that is being sent. So pretty cool that this works the way it does, and if we submit it right now, we kind of uh, what the hell. And we also forgot to set up our timer, which is something that is pretty important for us, considering that we kind of have ADHD. ADHD. It's a pretty cool thing. It just makes it impossible to focus. That's pretty cool. Okay, why aren't we able to submit this? Because we should be able to submit it. Okay, I think I changed the action itself, and that is why we are getting this error. And this time it didn't find this directory, right? So we're gonna have to send it to the correct route, or otherwise we'll get errors. And now we have successfully filled it, and we get a notification regarding that. Oh man. Let's have some water. But you kind of see the problem as well. Even though I selected two different options, I'm getting the same option itself. And yet again, I get both of these options as same. So how do we fix that? We have a problem with our select field, right? And these two are our select fields. This is our. So we can also mark this up with comments so that it is easier for us to navigate through it. Hey Jaza, what's up? I'm good. I'm just working on this form, and it looks like I have a problem and it's not going away. So please send thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Pretty cool. What can I do to make the live stream better? Should I explore new technologies? Or should I just keep working? The thing is that I just get distracted quite easily, and so this thing just live streaming something just helps me walk through my thought process better and stay engaged. Yeah, and this is. Have you seen? Have you actually? Oh, let me just show this to you. Have you seen this? You should try it out. It's like really funny. Really, really, really hilarious. Okay, we submitted and we kind of get everything that we want, but it's still set to option 1 and option 1. But that's not what we want. We want two different options to be selected. And for starters, we first of all want the option that we are selecting to show up, which is like insane that it isn't showing up. Uh, Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I think that should be pretty clear for me what is happening. This is going to be the checkbox. Check, 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 check. And then I have my button. Button. Hey, Bram Alfaro, you like Svelte? You should have an option to insert GIFs in VS Code. That seems like a pretty important thing. Yeah, that's like 100% increase. That's something that I can put on the resume. Whoa, this seems like a really cool extension. So this is kind of for let's try it. Whoa. So if I don't have motivation, I can do uh motivate me. And are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? This is going to be amazing. Nothing happened. Shit. That's kind of bad. Whoa, motivate me. Come on, dude. It's not even working. Motivate me. Maybe I need to restart it because I'm not feeling motivated. Yeah, that's something that I can put on my resume. Should I do that right now? Should I like go ahead on LinkedIn and go with whoa, now there are three concurrent viewers. So this is like I can go with 200%. This is pretty cool. Oh man. How do I how do I take the screenshot? Oh, or should I just share? I'll just share this. Ooh. LinkedIn. Web dev. content marketing, live streaming. Okay, and we post this. Nice. Pretty cool. Yeah, I like Svelte too. It's just one of the easiest things to get started with. But this motivate me thing hasn't actually worked. Let's see. It does not work at all. Disable and go away. Okay, we need something else. We kind of have to work through this. We need gifs in the documentation to better understand them. At least that is what I've heard. But till then, we can also try Bongo Cat. Oh. And this is like the coolest extension because as you type, let me just show you. So when you type something out, it types with you. And we have something going on for us. So pretty cool. Uh, 10 and that would go out to 6 and this looks good enough. Right. Let's just get back to work. And it again selects only the first thing. This is pretty cool. You know what I should do? I should actually build something during these live streams. Not just work on a simple form, but maybe a SaaS business. That would be pretty cool. And the main business idea that I have is it's pretty cool. It's called it's called should I give away the idea? So, so it's called quick boobs. And it'll allow the user to quickly upload that image and it'll just put boobs on it. That's the whole app. And we can charge a subscription fee. And maybe we can even make it open source. What the hell? But that's a pretty cool. And another app name that I got from Reddit was uh it was like that's plus plus and that's also pretty insane of a name. Whoa, thanks. This is pretty cool. Why is it taking up a default value? Even though I haven't provided a default value, which is not a good thing for it to do. Should we start from scratch and build out this form again? Uh, we can definitely go ahead and just create a new route. We can do with page.svelte, and that is going to be pretty cool, right? Like, uh, we can go ahead and we are going to go back to Formsnap and kind of see what kind of forms that we can create. And this time I'm going to test out the example because that seems like the best way to work through this problem. Okay, goodbye. That decreases my uh, concurrent viewers by almost uh, 33%, 33, 33. Yeah, yeah, that's okay. I got 8 total views, which is cool. Uh, it's not too little, it's not too much, but yeah, we can work through this kind of and see what the example actually gives us. We also need the schema. And now I'm at 0. That's a decrease of 100%, which is cool. Works for me. Not too good, not too bad. But at least we can work through this problem now without actually killing someone's time. And from the next live stream, this is going to be much more entertaining because that is what I want. Damn dudes, my coffee is cold. It's cold as hell. Okay. I think Bongo Cat should actually appear not like this, but anyhow. Uh we kind of have to also set this up on the route side so that we at least get something. So superforms requires us to actually return a form object that we can then access on the client side, and that is what we are getting from here. Okay, okay, that kind of makes me guess. Okay, we are getting some sort of error, not found reshad. Okay, I am going to the wrong page, and that is why I'm getting this error. And now this thing should work. Uh, we'll also want to take this out and create a new uh, so we can create this component right here, and from here we can obviously go ahead and see what the example also gives us. So we have actually created the schema, we have created the load function for the route. We want to create a form component. The form that we return will be provided to this component, and then super validate, I guess, is a helper that is provided by uh, SvelteKit itself and superforms itself, and then we are able to use it uh, in order to work through some of the things in it, like to get the type inference, which it says right here. So we'll be able to get the type of the form, and that will help us to sort of get uh, all of the different fields that we have in the form and what their values need to be, and what uh, their corresponding form fields on the front end would be. So a few things we can actually work through in that case. So we are getting the form component from Shadcn UI. We are getting the input also from Shadcn UI. We are getting the form schema, and the type of form schema is actually defined on the basis of uh, the form schema that we set up. And this is simply a Zod schema. Zod is a library for form validation. It provides you with a bunch of helpers that uh, enable runtime validation basically. So you can set up that username is going to be a string and string alone, and the minimum value of that is going to be 2. The maximum is going to be 50 characters. And if uh, the user provided data does not meet that criteria, satisfy that criteria, it is going to throw an error which you can then display on the front end, meaning that you will be able to display that let's say name is invalid, or name is too short, or it even has helpers for email and everything like that built into it. And superforms just uses that to actually manage the state of our form, and also to validate the form on the backend and the front end. And Formsnap on top of that also simplifies our task a lot. And Shadcn, so it just gives us all of the things, the design, the components, and everything in between. So we are going to go back to Shad, and we are going to say, okay, so we can rename it to settings form, and we can then go ahead. Right, and we have a simple form setup for ourselves, and it is working. So let's just try this out. We also need a form action. So form action in SvelteKit is simply whenever the user submits the form, uh, it triggers it submits the data to an action and then triggers the code for that action. So if you just provide the route, which is what we are doing in this case, uh, we are just saying it is going to be in the current route. So this is where we need to have to define our actions. And we are again going to go with uh, and I can explain it as I go through it. But basically we have these actions, and we can actually define the action by specifying the route, let's say, within within the action attribute, and this is what will be fired. And by default, if you don't provide a name for the action, it is going to fire off the default one. But if you define a name, you can actually set up different actions. So if you are doing a to do form, you would have, let's say, uh, add to do action or remove to do action. So you'll have these options that you'll have to set up yourself. But in particular, let's just see if we just enter a single character and we get this error that we had set up in our schema itself. Uh, in the schema, we said that it has to be a minimum of 2. And so we get that error message, which is a default error message we are getting from Zod itself. And so that's the bare minimum of a form that we have. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Okay, that in particular seems like a very good option, and we can kind of get a gist of it. Let's look at some other examples from Formsnap or Superforms themselves to better understand what these libraries are doing under the hood, so that we can then define our own schema for. So what I'm basically trying to do is that I have this website that I'm working on at work, and if we go to services, let's say data migration, I have this form over here, and this is something that I have set up manually uh, without using any sort of libraries. But I think that using a library would actually be better in this case for me. And if I just submit this, right, let me just go ahead and okay, maybe I don't submit it, but what this will do is it'll trigger an email from resend, which is an amazing service for sending emails. You can integrate it directly into your website, and it just works quite well with any backend. But I kind of think that they prioritize React a bit more than any other front end library, because there's this React library, React emails, which lets you design components in React. And so uh, Resend also relies on that a bit too much. So let's go through Superforms and see what we have. Okay, so we can use PNPM, and with that we'll use Zod. And here this set up a default schema which the submitted data will be matched against, and uh, we can sort of define if it passes the test, that is adheres to the schema, then we can do something with that data, or we can, if it fails, return that data, right? Okay, that would work as well. Hello viewers, feel free to chat if you kind of have any messages or anything. We can definitely walk through it. Hmm. Mm-mm. We can have some other things, kind of like, uh, okay, so we want to define the schema at the top level of the module, uh, so that it can be cached easily, uh, stored in memory itself. It shouldn't be in the load function, is what we are getting. And we pass in that schema to super validate, which, what does it do? Okay, so we can also pass in data to super validate to use as default values, which is good. Hello, one viewer. What's up? What is up? Okay, I've had 13 views in my live stream, but maybe that's because I shared it on LinkedIn. Uh, I think I need to share it more often on different social media profiles, but nonetheless, we can just go ahead. By the way, if you have any suggestions of how to make this live stream cooler or much more entertaining, like I won't mind if you share those things, but we have to keep working. Okay. Okay, let us try to set up our form through this. And before doing that, I'll just try to get all of the data that I want. Uh, so I'll have to obviously go to GitHub, and because this is a private repository, I can't show you because it has a lot of secrets stored in it. But what I want from in here is my okay. Okay, we have it now. We have all of the data, and we can kind of go back to library and create applist.ts, and we have all of this available to us. Let's keep setting this up. All right. We'll go with superforms plus page.svelte. That should give us something to work with, right? We kind of have something. Okay, we want Pongo Cat to be right here because Pongo Cat is pretty important for working through these problems. We'll want another file which is going to handle the server-side validation. So page.server.ts, right? And that also pretty much works for us. Pongo Cat, get out of the way. Okay, okay. Okay, we want to define a form schema, and let's just set it to z dot right, and we can sort of set it with uh, what do we want? We want an email field which is going to be z dot e. Okay, we first have to define the type, that is the primitive type, and then we can say it is going to be an email. And we also can define the minimum and maximum characters. So let's say at minimum we want it to be 5 characters, and at maximum we want it to be 50 characters. Okay, we can then move to name, email. We also want the telephone number if possible, but it is going to be a string. It is going to be optional, right? Because we mainly want the email from this guy. Anyhow, we then want from app, which is the app they'll be migrating from, and we want z dot string, or even better, we want an enum, which would be string, which would be an array of values, and in here we want to pass, and that is something that we got from our app list itself. where supported is true. What is happening? Okay, we can move on from here and say it's going to be h1 5 text dash 5 excel text at center dot margin y of 4 and data dot name, right? And we have to obviously go to this route, superforms. Okay, we are getting the data. We also kind of want app dot supported dot. Okay, so if I have to actually create an object from an array of key value pairs, I can go with object dot from entries. But if I have to reverse that, I'll kind of have to use the map function. And we kind of get that, right? So we'll use this function itself. So from app, I guess it can be z.enum, and and we want app accounting apps dot map app, and what we want is app dot name, and then we also want to app, in which case we are going to go with this. But I guess enums are not defined this way. I think they are defined like option 1 or option 2. Is that how enums are defined in this? Let's go to zod.dev and look at enums for a bit. Zod enums fish. Okay, it is kind of array that we have to define. Okay, I think that I get what is happening. I haven't defined it as const, which would actually provide me with, so and still no. I'll restart the language server, start the TypeScript server as well. Okay, we are getting it as an array. Then why isn't its signature matching it? Okay, we are getting some sort of errors, but what are these errors? Why won't it actually just take it as defined by me? Okay, let's go with this then. Okay, I can sort of get that. Let me just go ahead and get more data. So if I go back to my GitHub page and look at my repo, I'll go with lazy link, and just a second, let me just get more data from uh, 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 okay. I think this is going to be more than enough data, and we can name it accounting. So app list accounting apps. and we have kind of more of these, and we can just say they are const as const. Okay, let's now try this. uh, it's going to be okay. This works now, and to app is going to be z.enum. All right, we have our schema set up in a way that actually works. Right, we have our schema set up. We also have our form for working through it. Okay, we'll need to return super validate Zod. Right, let's do that then. Uh, okay. Okay, so super validate is the API, and inside it we wrap the adapter, and inside it we have our schema, which works quite well for us in this case. Like it's not too much, it's not too little, just kind of works. Right. uh, we can go back to the forms and also look at our example to understand what else we need to do. Okay, we'll also set up a default value so that we can test it out. Maybe we can also have a name. Hmm, that works. If you don't get that reference, you have to watch Your Name, which is an amazing movie. But yeah, so we have all of this set up. uh, let's just see what else we can do. Okay, so since we are not getting the data from anywhere, we don't have to pass anything else. But if we are getting the data from the database itself, we can actually pass in one object which contains the data and adheres to maybe the schema in particular, so that the data is so that the form object is returned with the data intact, and then we can use that data to display on the form itself. Okay. So it kind of also says that if we use this option and if a particular field does not adhere to the schema, that we are going to see an error by default. Okay, so we can also set the uh, we'll have to set up the form, and let's just set that up for a second. uh, we'll go back over here and we'll go with const form equals, what did we actually get it from? Superform. Okay, so we have another function available, helper available, superform, and I guess this is going to do most of the parsing of the data so that we can actually get uh, the data that adheres to the schema that we passed, right? So we can pass it data dot form and we should get something. Let's also look at right, and we can sort of get we are going to see data dot form, and we want to actually see the difference between that and the form that we get after using the helper function. And of course this is not going to work as is, so we are going to go with json dot stringify. What the hell? Well, maybe there was some spelling errors. Right, and mm, 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 mm. Okay, so this thing is a store which we can kind of just uh, and the way stores work is that you have to append them with a dollar sign to access their value, and so we kind of get both of these things, right? Why isn't the grid working? Okay, right here the form is too much, right? And It contains the errors, the constraints, all of these details. But when we use the superform object on it, we are able to actually simplify it to basically simplify everything. Uh, okay, we are also getting default options here. So that is maybe what the whole error was about that I was facing. They are setting default values for enums. So, I can't actually have that. So maybe this is something where, but why is it setting the value to QuickBooks Online and not something else? Um, I don't even have it as, uh, okay, so this is the first value and that is why it is doing it. That's an odd behavior. we kind of have our own lists available now. And lastly, we can also go and set up a button of PTNS, and this will set up a button that we can use to submit. Right. Oh my god. We have done so much so quickly. And that sort of give the email, the phone number. Of course, we can also use these classes right here, and that should actually help us. Um, Come on, Gap. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. So yeah, I think I'll take a short break and be back. And we are mostly back online, and we can just start getting on with these things. But before that, I'd also want to change the music a bit because I'm in the mood for listening to something else. That seems pretty cool. Like, let's just uh uh uh. Let's just do this. Let's just get back to it. Let's just wanna see magic. I'm not on screen and I'm on screen. So this time we are going to go with 45 minutes, and let's just get this down over here. Now what we need to do is bind values. And we are now getting some sort of default values, at least. That is pretty cool. Okay, I don't think this is actually true because it is setting the default value, not like this. We can kind of select the default values right in the schema, which is a good thing. We may also want to deslugify some of these things. Mm. Okay, we will definitely want to split it at dash because that is where, instead of space, because that is what slugs do. And we also want to deslugify this thing, right? And that pretty much works. What do we want to do next? Let's also get our super debug thing. Hmm. So it is kind of working, but we also want, okay. And I think that what we had to do is use something from superform. Let's see what actually can we do. Do we have an action? Okay, we can again pass it super validate and the schema, and on the basis of that we'll get valid. And if it is valid, we can send something. If it isn't valid, we can send something else. Right. I think that's sort of um, so what we want this to be is await super validate is, yeah. And the first thing that we pass it is the request object from which it'll automatically extract the form data. And the second thing that we want to pass it is the adapter itself, and in this case our adapter is Zod, right? So this is going to do our backend form validation whenever the form is submitted. It isn't going to be something like the user can just throw in anything whatsoever. So if it isn't valid, we are going to say just fail maybe 400, and we have a message option as well. No, we just return it the form. And if it actually succeeds, we can return a success message, right? Okay, but I don't know how message is going to work. So let's just read about this a little. Sends a message with a form with an optional HTTP status code that would said if status is greater than equal to 400, a status of less than 400 cannot be sent. Okay, so we are not going to send a status code in this case. We are just going to send the form back along with a message. And That kind of works, right? Okay, let us try just filling this whole thing out, and then we can actually submit it. Uh, mm, mm, okay, we did submit it. Let's see what we get when we submit it. I think it was submitted successfully, but how do we know that it was successfully submitted? I mean, this is pretty cool. It has a lot of details baked into it. And maybe I can also go through some of the uh, other guides that they have so that I can create components and things like that. But yeah, this is more or less what I wanted. So our main steps would be kind of if I go into Notepad, like let's just try this out. So our first step would be to define Zod schema. Our second step would be to return form using super destructured from super validate from the load function. Our third step would be to uh, use the form returned and bind values of props to corresponding input fields, right? And then our fourth would be to set up actions for uh, valid and invalid. In the case of valid, we are going to go with uh, fail. In the case of valid, we can go with message to show a success message, and in the case of invalid, we can go with something like fail, which is going to give us the ability to pass a error code which has to be equal to or greater than 400, and we'll also be able to pass back the data and then use that on the front end, right? Okay. Our fifth step is to use error error cons- constraints enhance, and I also guess we can also have messages is yeah, message stores. So this is like this from uh, super form, right? That pretty much does it. Right, that pretty much does it to create this whole thing. Hmm. I mean, that isn't pretty bad or anything good, but it does do the whole track, right? It's not something that we had to struggle against. The documentation is pretty good. Like, I'd have to say, the documentation is spot on. The guides are really well structured, uh, so that we can kind of understand what we are dealing with right here. Hmm. Okay, let's just set that up within here as well. So we have our form. We also want to destructure other thing like errors, constraints, uh, mm, enhance, and message. Okay, so message is also going to be a store, and if we have a message available, We want to display it right here. Okay, we get this right here, and I mean, that's pretty cool and all. So we have set up the message. We also have to kind of set up the errors as well. Just below this, if that is the case, we want to display small. I think this is it. We'll set it up for the select fields a bit later, but let's just go ahead and go with email and then with till. All right. We submit it, and invalid email string must contain at least 5 characters. And this kind of did not show any error message. I don't know why, because it is optional. So yeah, it isn't going to show any error message. Why isn't it taking the that submit successfully? If I again do this, invalid email string must contain. Okay. Oh, dude, I'm too weird. Okay, we have set some of the things up. Let's also set up a refine function. Now, refine allows us to have a much better check. All right. Message is going to be a string. Okay, we didn't get this message this time. And how do I actually get it? Let me just see what errors is all about. Holy moly, Jesus. How do I associate it with a particular field is what I need to understand right now. Because yeah, refine is working and let's just try with different apps. And this works now because we used different apps kind of to work through it. We use different apps and then it works, but if we use the same apps it fails. But the message that we are sending, how do we show that to okay, so we have either a function check and then we have a message string, but it can also be custom error params. And this is what I want. Let's just try to go with an object right here. Okay, so we have the message now. We'll define the message like this. And path, what is the path going to be? It is a string. Okay, but how do I use it? Okay, let's see sort.dev and we can look at refine and how it works. Okay, that seems not too big of a deal. We can, I guess, use the refine parameter to further the path parameter to return something. Okay, so there is no constraint on paths that we can define, and we'd want to go ahead and see if we can sort of display that error message, right? We can have it f dollar errors dot and same apps f dollar errors dot same apps. Okay, let's try this once again. We are again going to have both of them mapped to the same name, and okay, both apps cannot be the same. And if we submit them with different names, we kind of get a success message. And that's pretty cool. How cool is that, folks? How cool is that? Hmm. Bongo cat, bongo cat, bongo cat. Hmm. That sort of gives me the, you know what that gives me? That gives me hope that this thing has been configured, almost configured to work with what I want and need. I don't think that there's anything else that I have to add to it. Enum already does take the value and ensure that both of them are from particular list. So that doesn't actually cause any problems. I can also return a function. Okay, so there are a lot of helpful options within Zod itself, and we don't have to actually rely on superforms a lot when setting up the validation. We also have a lot of examples that we can explore. And these are pretty valid examples, I guess we'd be using. Uh, I mean, if you are creating a website or a web app, you'd have these different sort of forms, and that is going to be really important for you to be able to figure out and select the configure the form according to the type or according to the features that you want. Should we look at the guides itself, because they also seem like really important. Okay, so this component guide is going to reduce the boilerplate for us. uh, okay, constraints, yeah, I forgot about setting up constraints, and like what they were is something that I need to understand. So there was an option for constraints as well. Okay, I think these constraints are provided by default when you are using superforms. Required would be one of the first things. Okay, we can also validate against a regular expression by passing in parameter. You can also constrain the length with minimum, maximum, and value. Let's just keep going ahead. So those are some of the options that we have: minimum, maximum, length. uh, on number we have min, max, and value. We have on text fields minimum length and maximum length, right? So that sort of, on text areas we also have a rows attribute. Okay, so this is the constraint validation API. And then we can use JavaScript to get the form elements. Okay, okay, so superforms would be setting a lot of these things up for us. Without that, we'd have to um, sort of do a lot of heavy lifting ourselves. Okay, that is what the constraints do. We have to spread them inside this. But do they go in the input field? Most probably. Yeah, we just spread them in the input field. And we do the same with the rest of these as well. So we are getting errors now. Now we get an error. But what is the error? We got a 400 status code for some reason, but the error itself isn't clear right now. with the email is invalid, right? Hmm. Okay, so what it is saying is that for each input field, we have to um, have the area invalid attribute. Then we need to bind the value. We have to obviously pass in the constraints. Then we also have to repeat the error message, and this can be repetitive. Okay, and if you have multiple forms throughout your page, then again you have to repeat everything again. So that is what the benefit of creating components would be in this case. Okay. I think it is time for a break, and when we get through it, we'll just try out a few other things. Oh man, this is cool. I'd want to finish this by end of today so that I can actually then implement it on my website itself, which is a pretty awesome website, right? Ooh, let me just show it to you guys. Uh, it's so fast because it is built with Svelte, and kind of like Svelte is pretty cool and all. Like it's just instantaneous. And I used to have these like really bad load times, I guess I can say. But when I moved it to Svelte 5, like a simple upgrade to Svelte 5 actually improved my performance, the performance of the website by a lot. Like I was getting a score of around 60, but that was also because of skill issues. But now on mobile, I'm getting a score of 80, on desktop almost 100. Just three more points and we'd be at 100. Maybe if I just delete this whole thing and set up the image element properly, that would, because right now the image element is also being lazy loaded, and it is not being lazy loaded, sorry. So that is causing some sort of issues. But let's just deal with this when we come back. So bad luck. Construction started just so new neighbors are moving in, and so there's construction work going on. So there's a lot of also going on, which is irritating and not at all fun. Oh man, the best I can do is actually go ahead and sort of use. Shit. Okay, so we have good music going on now. And the best thing I can do to reduce background noise is to pass my audio uh, through sort of this. This will reduce the noise that is coming in, but I don't know by how much. I'll just up its strength and let's try it out if it works. Okay, so I hope that actually improves the audio quality. I don't know if it does or doesn't, but let's just check it out. Mhm. I think I can also boost this a bit. If I go to filters, I'll just boost the output gain a bit to 5 decibels. I think that would be more than enough to make this work, and we can just get back to it. Uh, let's go to my dark side. Right, so what had we actually set up till now? We have set up a lot of things, and my op. Okay, I've set up the default values as well, and everything is working properly. Let's just style them a bit. Uh, that shouldn't take a lot of time. We'll also set up a border. Take your pasta. Let me see the mustard. Um, I think that is more than enough. I'll also do this for the select fields. Mm, 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 mm. Let us ask our good buddy Chat GPT. Chat GPT just got a new upgrade, kind of. We was need to know now what without my loneliness. Let's just try this out. Okay, now it works, and I guess I had to have both focus and focus within applied. Where are you want to make okay to know now what because my loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I still believe. Okay, ooh, give me a star. Where the hell did it go? Where the hell did the button disappear? Holy Jesus. How can this even be? What? What the hell is happening right here? Have I not configured it? We have app.css. So let's just go to tailwind.config.js and we have this setup as well. Maybe I'll have to restart the development server itself. Holy Jesus. So this was not working because of some other problem altogether, not because. My whole life I've been going backwards. My someone won't shut up. I say, stay. My he keeps overthinking. Okay, we haven't actually even used enhance yet. So we can go with use enhance. This should stop the full page reloading. It's overthinking. And we get this right. I've been going backwards. My mind won't shut up. This life is inside my head. Overthinking. What if I use slide instead? Would that look better? Oh, yeah. And what about fly? Now it works fine. That is what we wanted. A good slide. But we can set up a toast component for that. I mean, that would be much better in this case. But are we done with this? Let's just go with Wave and submit it. Both apps cannot be the same as. Oh, is that what? Right. That sort of solves the problem for us. We can go back to reading the documentation and all. Okay. Okay, so the build will fail, I guess, if I have something like that. Let's try that. Okay, this works, but what if I go and try to build it? I mean, I don't see any issue whatsoever. So it is successfully submitted, which is pretty cool that it is submitted successfully and this is also working. I think that this shouldn't be true for. Let me just ask the pros. Oh man, I mean in Svelte 5, the events themselves are something that we can pass as props, right? So I don't think that that would be any issue at all. I mean, this is one of the best Discord servers for at least people who like JavaScript and Svelte because this guy is a genius. I mean, his channel is pretty good too. I I think I would have at least watched a lot of his videos multiple times. I mean, that is how good they are. Primarily, number two, this is Wonderland. Where did Bongo Cat disappear? What the hell? We need Bongo Cat. So this is Wonderland. Okay, I'm at 3.5 hours. I'd like to get to 6 to 8 hours for today. At least for live streaming. That is what I'm looking at. Okay, that did work out pretty well. I'm just going to go back to the development server. Okay, are there any other alternatives to this? Like, is there a bongo dog? I mean, I wish it was kind of like Clippy, which you can just drag around and uh, move. And let's see what do we have in the category of other. Whoa! So this is VS Code. When the code is to activate the succession, should we try this out? Let's just stick with Bongo Cat. It's a nice cat. Okay. t- 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 Okay, we actually don't need that because it is optional. But if we go ahead and again go to QuickBooks Online in both these cases, uh, no, we get an error, right? And we can kind of also have this. Hey, Okay, so now we are pretty cool with our sitting position and we can just do export const login schema z dot object. Okay, I can separate. I think z dot infer was more or less, wasn't it good enough? Like, why should I use this over just z dot infer? Let's ask our good friend GigaChat GPT. What happened? This just isn't responding. The tab freezed. I guess AGI has been achieved. It was able to hack the tab. Okay, let's. Okay, so when I do this, like when I'm inferring this, it just infers the shape of the object. But instead, when I do this, it includes a lot more details. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now to use this over just z dot infer. So we'll just go ahead and do that. Okay, let's just get this out of here and into, let's just say, uh, we'll export this and we'll also export uh, what else had we to export? Okay, a type. Also need to import z from zod and these two objects as well. We can just remove this from here and we can get migration from schema from right there. And we don't have to actually use zod in this case, but yeah, that solves some of the problems. Me, what you wanna do me? Tell me, baby, what I need to know now. Because my loneliness is killing me. I must confess, still believe. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. I do need to get the type. Uh, let's see. Okay, login schema. Okay, so this would be useful when we are using it in a component itself. So right now, this whole thing isn't a component, right? We just have this as, let's extract this as a component. Okay, now the type has to be different, right? Super validated, we'll get this, and then we'll have to import infer, and we have to pass it the logins, that is migration form schema that we actually exported. Why isn't it being imported? Let's just import these types if it isn't going to actually import them. Now this works, and let's see what data is going to be. We don't yet know. And now, okay, We are doing it in the wrong place, but let's deal with the error now. Again, what we wanted was super validated, and it's not actually importing it. I don't know why. Restart the language server. Okay, it's not actually. That was a really stupid error. Like when I created the component, somehow I got two style tags in a single component, which was like, how did I do that? Right? I feel like I've been going back, and this still works. Let us submit it. We didn't get a success message, which is kind of weird. So we can actually create components as well, like this. Okay, if we have specific types for status and message, we can also pass in the types for them. Hey, so if we are using this kind of loop, we cannot actually bind it straightforward. Okay, I think we can stop at this point and look at something else instead. And that is Formsnap, right? We can have field proxies as well. Damn, damn it. We are back. We are back. This time we can go a bit longer because I think that we'll actually focus on the breaks as well. Okay, let's get it to 65 minutes and then let's go ahead. Since we have done that, we can go actually to Formsnap and look at how to work with it now. So now Formsnap says that it is accessible by default. That is, it will take care of the area attributes for us. That means that it will handle all the hidden inputs and the errors that we get if someone has as the input focus changes. That is also something that they'll take care of, which is pretty cool. TypeScript support is there, so I mean you get all of the options. You can go through them and pretty much dive into the components themselves to understand everything that you have access to. And it is built by some of the really well known people in this whole ecosystem. So, Hunter Byte, who has an amazing channel, uh, and I forgot the name of the guy who created Melt UI, which is something that I really like, but the Discord isn't that active. I joined the Discord, but it isn't that active. Yeah, Thomas G. Lopes. So he and Hunter, both of them, Thomas and Hunter, work on some pretty amazing uh, libraries and all. Like especially the Svelte Rund. I really like this library. I like to go through its code often because it just gives you a lot of information about itself, like how to use Svelte, how to use it better. A lot of built-in stuff in here is pretty neat. Like if we go to utilities, we can see debounced, and we can also go through the debounced and see how it has been applied to kind of understand how to properly do maybe look at ways to do debounce in this itself in Svelte. Okay, and we are back to it. We'll get started with this. This is something that we saw earlier. We have the input field. We have to define the area described by area invalid, area required, and we have to also bind the value. And that is a lot of repetitive code. Um, so instead of that, we can kind of go with Formsnap, which provides us a lot of these things up front. Now, most of the things would be setting up similarly, uh, but you can at least get these things and use them. Right, so just let us get this. We'll remove page data as we aren't using it anymore. Right, And you don't even have to like extract a lot of things. You can just pass around this form, that is this data, to all of the components, and that will work just fine. So let us try this out, right? We want field, then inside that we have control, description, and field errors. Let's do this, guys. Let's just do this. We take this, okay, and we have label and input. So instead of this being the label, we can just pick this here and we can say this is the label that we want, and this is going to be name, right? Okay. And I think that I also get where the errors are coming from. Okay, I get the problem now. We have the structured data, a form from there, and that is what we have to pass it here. And that means we also need to pass in form. feel tired all of a sudden. All of a sudden, I feel tired. Okay, maybe this time I need to define action, and this is going to be super forms. So nothing. Are we even getting this data? Just started working for no reason whatsoever. I guess I had to save that again so that the types could be again defined. But let's just go again and try QuickBooks Online. Both apps cannot be the same, so we get our error, which is good. And I guess the whole point of that Formsnap is that we don't actually need this type of validation, right? Like we don't need components. We can just go ahead and uh, take these values and start working through them. So let's just create a new route, maybe, and this time we are going to create it for form snap, and we'll have a plus. We have to restructure it from again by providing the validators. Okay, but this time we need the sort client. Now just pass it the schema. Maybe it is a wrapper, and what it does is it uses the infer and all of those things that we had defined manually. Like it would wrap it and super validate and infer. So we can go ahead and look at that as well. Uh, for now, we just have to provide it with the schema that we have. So we have the migration from schema, and it will be imported automatically. We also want to import super validate, mm, but that actually gives us an error. It is being imported from superforms itself, but super validate isn't. Okay, so we don't actually want super validate. We just want the sort client to wrap our so that we can know what the whole thing is. And that more or less does it. We can go ahead and destructure all of these things, which we have already done, I guess. Uh, Everything is set up in a similar way, but now we want to go ahead and get only the form data and enhance. Right. Only two things we have to destructure, and the rest we can actually create on our own. So we want form, and this is going to be post. It is going to use enhance, which we got from super validate, sorry, superform. And then in order to actually make this work, what we want is field, and we'll pass it form. But where is this form coming from? All right. We also have to pass it a name. So one of the fields is name itself. Then we have got controls, and it takes attributes like this. Then in there we also want label. So that would be good. Description, I guess. Did we actually want description? Yeah. Because if the description is going to be outside it. It can be a self-enclosing element in that case. Okay. and we are renaming it to form data, and then we are also getting enhance, which is equal to form. So that is pretty cool. Now we know what we have to do. We have to first get this, then we have to get the super form and go from there. Control, we need the control element as well. Control description field. Label is something that we haven't imported yet, but that should do the trick. And we have something. And instead of super forms, we want to go to Formsnap. And if we go into name, okay, we haven't set the input element yet. So input type equals, okay, let it, do we actually just destructure the attributes? Yes. And that should do it. We also want something else, and that is to bind its value to the form data. We can kind of get all of our styles from right here. So we styled our components a bit, and we can reuse these styles as well to make things easier for us. Right, so we are going to go ahead and describe another one, and this one is going to be a field. We have to pass in the form which we got from superform, and then we have to bind attributes, not in here, but we do need name of the form, that is the field in the schema that we have, that is the property in the schema. And we can go ahead, and in here we are going to pass in the control, and this control needs the attributes. So we can set the attributes here, and this is like a Svelte 4 syntax where we set the attributes that will be used by slots on the parent element itself, parent component itself, and then inside it we'll be able to use those attributes. Is how this works. Pretty much inside controls we'll need label, and so with label we'll be able to then say this is email, and then we can also get the input, and we don't need to define the type. That is going to be destructured from attributes which contain all of the details about the schema, the validation required, and everything. And we want to bind the value with form data dot email, and then we can add a description, and finally we also want field errors. Right, let's go ahead and define the third one, which was field, and we had to pass in the form. The name is going to be tel because this is the telephone number, and in here we had our, okay, I guess we have done something wrong. In here we have our control, and we pass attributes which we can use in label and uh, number, and that is going to also be input. We don't need a type, we just have to destructure the attributes, and we have also kind of bind value to Right. So we are done with these three sections. Oh man, oh man, oh man. We also need select fields. And I don't know how to do that right now in this itself. Like so we have gone through the superform documentation and we can go ahead and go through this. Oh shit, I forgot to switch on the cam. The cam was no longer here, but we have already crossed the 4 hour mark. Uh, Four more to go. 4 more years. 4 more years. Okay, so the name is already attached to the property on the schema. So if I just go ahead and remove this, I can actually look at the various options that I can have over here. So this is great for auto completion that we get with TypeScript. Like, I mean, that is why we like TypeScript, right? Anyhow, I think the construction work has more or less stopped. So we can switch back our sure motive thing. And that should maybe give you better audio. And we can also shut this down so that our GPU isn't being used needlessly. Okay, so I think that makes this a bit better, but let's just keep going ahead with this whole thing because, yeah, by the end of the day, we want to complete this, right? Okay, so that is really all that we needed. Most probably because we are already doing a lot of these things. So we have got this type of a complete option for select. We can go ahead and also pass the attributes, which I think I wasn't doing earlier, and that may be the reason why I was getting the error. I'd also want to create a text area so that, and I'll have to add it to multiple places. Okay, okay, let's go ahead and set up the select field once again. And to kind of do that, we can just go ahead and have another one field. So we'd say this is the drop down, drop down, and this is going to be the form element. This is going to take the form object that we get from superform, and it is also going to take name, which corresponds to a key on the schema itself. And you can kind of get the auto completion working. I don't know why it isn't coming in, but we can say uh, from app, and that should actually work. This requires control dam, which we bind to attributes, and from there we can actually define the label. And also the select field. Now we are just going to pass in the attributes right here, and we are going to bind value to form data dot from app, right? And then for each accounting software as app, we are going to do, what are we going to do actually? We were going to do something that was pretty cool and awesome, but I just forgot what it was. In particular, what we were going to do is pass in options, right? The value is going to be app, and right here we are going to specify deslugify and pass an app right here. and we need to get the deslugify. I already created it, but I can create it once again just for practice sakes. So first of all, we are going to slip it, and since it is a slug, we can split it as dash. Once we have split it, we can kind of go ahead and map through it, and for each word we want to take the word and the first character, which is going to be at index 0, and we want to have it to uppercase, and we want to add it to the rest of the word. So we can use slice, and we can pass in 1 here. Slice, we can pass in 1 here, so the first character would be made uppercase and the rest would remain the same. We can then go ahead and also, since now we have an array, we want to join in, and we want to have a space in between the join items, and this should work most probably, more or less. So we have something like this, right? Oh damn, what did I enter actually? Shit. So now I think this should work, and we have a pretty cool looking thing going on over here. Let us go ahead and create another field. This needs access to the form element. The name is going to be to app, so now everything is automatically getting imported properly. We need control with attributes, and then we also need label, which would be migrating to, and this is again going to take a select field, so we can actually have select like this over here. And we can spread in the attributes that we are getting from control, and we also have to set up a have to bind its value to, and this is going to be $form data dot to app. Inside it again we can go with each supported software as app, and we can close our each block, and again we can go with option, and the value is again going to be app simply, and this time also we want to deslugify and pass in the name of the app, and that should pretty much give us everything that we wanted. We also need a button. The type is going to be submit. I want padding x of 3, padding y of 4, text LG, background blue 600, and text dash white, and font dash semi bold, which should be like this. Whew. Submit. And we can also have some rounded borders over here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now that's what I call a lot of work for setting up a simple form. We will be able to simplify it further. Right? We have set up the form, Let us also get the super debug element. And we can pass in the form right about here. What the hell happened to super debug? Why am I not able to import it? Uh, uh, okay, so this is a default export. I get it now. I get what I was doing wrong. I can just import it from sveltekit-superforms, right? I have to bind it. I have to bind the value of the data itself to form data, right? So data would be equal to, and we need the form data. Okay, now we have binded it and it's working. Voila. Let's just submit this form and see what we get. And it's 404 not found. Pretty cool, right? Why did we get a 404 not found? Because we haven't actually set up the form action, which is again pretty important to set up. So we'll again have to go ahead and export const actions, and this is going to be action, which we can import from SvelteKit, and then we are going to say this is equal to an object, and we'll use the default export async function. We need to destructure request because that contains all of the important information such as the form data itself, and we can then actually start using this. And to actually get it, we want to have to again go with form, and we are going to await, and we are going to again validate it using uh, so we are going to pass in the request object as well, right? So now we have the data that we want to pass in, and we also have to pass in the adapter. So adapter is Zod, and our schema is migration form schema, which now should work, right? uh, if form dot, okay, so if it isn't valid, we are going to return fail, and we get fails from our own thing right here, and we just say 400 error code, which is the status number we can pass in, and then we can pass in a message as well. Or we can pass back the data itself. So data would be something like, what would it be? So we'll have a lot of data to pass back, so this is going to be form. Okay, we can just straight up go ahead and pass in the form, or if it does not, and if it is valid, what we can do is return message, and we can get this from SvelteKit as well, SvelteKit-superform, and we want to pass in the form data. and it's still not found. What is it going on to? Okay, so this is, I guess, all of the form data that is being submitted, and it is sort of causing some problems. Hello, do guys. What's up? What is up? I've been streaming for a very long time and I need to go 3 more hours. Like, if we can make it to 8 hours today, that would be the longest time I've ever streamed, which would be like. But anyhow, we can kind of go ahead and super validate everything. Super validate. As soon as we submit it, it just goes nowhere. So what if I define action? Oh, this is what I've done wrong. Damn it. Damn it. Now this should work. Wow, that was so dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. How did I get method to actually be? Let's try this again. Let's see if we are actually filling this out. We don't get any error whatsoever, but okay, posted valid is true, so we won't get an error, right? Okay, we are now failing this, but we aren't getting the option for that. And why could that be? Pretty insane, right? Pretty insane. We also need styling to go on. Styling, style. We can also quick start stuff. Okay, okay. Why aren't we getting any action items right here? I'd like to see how actions work right here, right around here. I'd want. Let's see how we had to set up the action itself. Okay, we have to return the form as an object. Damn. I mean, these inconsistencies actually add up quite a lot. Like, if I go ahead and again make them the same and then submit it, I don't actually see the error. Email of the user, invalid email, string must contain at least 5 characters. Let's just try with 4. And this has been set up correctly, and when we return it, it just works, resets everything up for us quite nicely. So we are working quite well with this form, and we can keep moving ahead. We can set up the disabled field later, but for now we kind of have to work with this and see if we are getting anything. So obviously we are going to also get the success message, and in Formsnap I guess we could have used something. Okay, so that sets it up for Formsnap, I guess. If I have a message, I can actually get it right here, destructured from these things, right? And if a message, then show me the message, and we can say if, and let's just submit this once again. Thanks for filling the form, which is the success message that we get. All right. But the field errors, like, we aren't actually getting them right now. Right, if we have the same value, we should be looking at a error, and we are not getting it because we haven't actually set up the description and field errors. So the user and field errors, and again we want description, and then we also want the field error. It's errors, and then we again want description, to and field errors, and this kind of like completes the whole thing for us. I mean, pretty cool that we can actually walk through this in such an easy way. And now we should actually see the error that we should get. So both apps cannot be the same as. Okay, I can't say a bad word on live television, live thing, live stuff. Let's go ahead and create something else entirely, and this time we are going to maybe use the field set property as well. And if we are using the field set property, we want to go with legend, and the entire field set property is going to have only one description and one field errors, right? So we can go ahead and Okay, so it adheres to some maybe defined recommendation that how related fields in a form have to be grouped. And it kind of does that quite well. So if we have a radio group, uh, I mean, do we actually have to define the types? Like even here, we will look at the type we are actually defining it. So just destructuring attributes does not do the trick for us. Let me just look at over here. And in here too, we have to define the type. So for input fields, we do have to define a type. This just isn't something that will be inferred automatically. So type is going to be text. Uh, Type is going to be email. Type is going to be tell. And that is more or less it. Whew. We can also go ahead and kind of do margin bottom of 3. That should give us some space to work with, which is kind of awesome in my opinion, because we are now able to actually have this sort of a form which works pretty well, uh, has all of the details in it, and we just have to go ahead and start using it. Right, right, right. Damn right, bro. Okay, so we want to go with legend and field set. Let's try that out. Right. So right now we have two different fields, but instead of that, we want to go ahead and select a field set, and that is going to be imported from. Now we want to wrap both of these into the field set, and we can actually remove the field option from right here. Can we? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Okay, okay. But that is only to be used when, okay, so I think this won't be actually useful in our case, because I think this is to be used when multiple fields get a single value, whereas we want multiple fields to have different these fields to have different values. So field set can just go bye bye. Right, we also want a checkbox. And I think that we'll have an example of a checkbox right here. Again, we'll have to bind its value and then work from right there. Okay, there's one thing that is still missing from our schema, and that we can pretty much define right now. It's the agree option. And this is not optional, this is going to be required, right? And that actually changes a lot of these things. Hmm. Input C checkbox also works pretty well. We don't have to actually define the name, we have the type. We can spread the attributes, we don't need the ID as well. Uh, that sort of does it, and we can bind its value. Okay, we have to bind checked to dollar form data dot agree. Okay, that sort of also works. Can it take a class component as well? No. I think this works now. This works. Finally, this works. To some point, we have actually completed a longer time of this whole thing. So, yeah, we are going to take a break now. We worked for 65 minutes, we deserve a 15-minute break. So, if you're watching, I'm going on a break because I need it. Because my mind is shutting down. It's just shutting down, shutting down. Bye bye. Bye bye. I'm going on a break. So we can actually finish this break a bit early because uh, I feel like I'm refreshed, I'm re-energized, I'm reborn. No, that would be weird. But anyhow, we are actually working through this and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for me or for you. Do you guys enjoy actually coding? Because this can be a lot of fun and it takes up a lot of time, which is a good thing. Like, you don't wanna spend too much time. Suggestion. I'm getting suggestions. Okay, so the bitrate is lower than that. Concurrent viewers are zero. That is amazing. Have you guys ever had zero concurrent viewers? Like, I get it takes a lot of time, but sometimes we just want things to happen too fast, and that can actually cause problems of their own. But right now, we are just going at snail pace. Oh, we also have a lot of customization options. Okay. All right. So inside it would want to wrap them up within dev elements to actually have everything work properly. We have the email, the phone number, migrating from, migrating to. This also kind of works. But now we also want to set up our disabled element, like the button element. We have actually defined this, and maybe, just maybe, we have to refresh the whole thing so that the type definitions can automatically be imported and applied. This is the last cup of coffee for the day. Wish me luck. Okay, though, once ahead, once again, we are going to try and fill in the form. We are going to submit it, and we get thanks for filling in the form, right? But we also want an agree thing to be available, and it has to be true. Okay, but the user has not actually agreed to it. So, what is the main problem that I have? I'm not getting the new property. Maybe because I have to actually bind it to form data dot agree. But but that isn't even available. Right. Then how do we actually get rid of this whole thing? It just isn't registering this one. Why? Why not register this as well? Because I guess it is getting it from lib itself, and we don't want it from there. Where we want it actually is from the current directory. Oh man, now I get what the problem is. Not even from the current directory. We have actually changed it inside superforms instead of changing this inside here. And that's the error that we are getting. That is why it is always better to have everything in a single place. Let's see if we get it now. And we are able to actually bind it to agree, which is a boolean. Right, and we're only going to have this enabled. So if agree uh, isn't a truthy value, this is going to be disabled, right? And if this is disabled, mm, 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 now we can click on it. Now we can click on it. Okay, we are able to fill it, but we don't want to be able to do that. default it has to be true. Okay, no, default is has to be false. And if like it has to be true, right? uh, how do I actually make that work now? Back to the documentation for Zod, and let's just look at the boolean values. And if we go to booleans, uh, 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 boolean, boolean, boolean. Okay, how do we make sure that we are getting a true value from this? I mean, if it isn't checked, then how do we make sure that we are getting the value accurately? Okay, okay, okay. That doesn't do a lot for us, but let's just look at this one example. And this has to be boolean default true, but then again it's not going to be. Okay, so we kind of can go ahead and save this. Let's just check it out. We'll make this false and submit it again. We should have gotten an error. Let's remove the default value and we can try it once again. Hmm. Nope. 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 This isn't working like I want it to work. Like the way that it should work is that if the consent isn't given, it should return false automatically. But how do I check that with Okay, let us try this then. Hmm. Okay, why am I wasting so much of my precious time when I can just go ahead and get the whole thing from my Giga Chat buddy, right? Okay, let's just try this, but with this thing. Okay, so I have to use the refine option here. And we kind of have to provide an object with a message. Okay, okay, message is let's try it now. And we get an error, error, which is a good thing. We should be getting an error right now, but we can't actually view the error because we have nothing set up here. And we are going to have okay, so we are also getting client-side validation, which is a good thing. So it packs both of those things right here, right? So we are getting the client-side validation as well as the server-side validation with a single schema, and we don't have to actually set up a lot of things. This is pretty much all of the code that we needed to set all of these things up. Now if we go ahead and again set this to QuickBooks Online, we see that we also get both apps cannot be the same, and that is pretty good in my opinion, because this is going to be shut down right at this whole thing. But let's just say if we don't provide a validator, right? Then the client side validation will not work, which is okay. Let's just try it out. Let's say this can be false and these two can be the same. And now we get server side validation error, right? And if we have different apps, we can then actually see that that data is submitted and valid is true. And we get the message, thanks for filling in the form. Pretty cool that this works the way it does. And I'll just go ahead and again get these client side validation working. Let's just try and disable JavaScript on the client side and see how this is going to work in that case. We'll again fill in the form, but okay, it's still working. Let's just see it in okay, JavaScript wasn't disabled in this case. Let's now try it out. Okay, so now since even if the validator is available, we have disabled JavaScript on the client side, and the whole thing just client side validation falls apart. But the good thing is that even when we submit this form, uh, the server side validation is going to work, which is pretty cool, right? Which is what we wanted in this case. So let's just go ahead and see what happens when we actually do both of these as submit, and we get an error. And we can see that valid is now false, and we sort of get the error message as well that both of these cannot be the same. Whew. That kind of does it for this use case. I want to go ahead and sort of configure something else as well. Oh man, feels like I am dead. Hmm. This is kind of pretty cool that we were able to do all of this pretty fast. Like, not like it took a whole day to get sort of comfortable with these libraries, because uh, these are pretty important and really need to set this form up properly. And the last thing that I'm going to do is to use Shadcn and Svelte and use these elements, Formsnap, superforms, and everything in between to work with that whole stuff. And then I'll just take that code and paste it into the actual website that I manage at work. So that should just cover all of these things up. Another thing that I really need to configure is turnstile, so that mm, people don't just use bots to fill in the form. And turnstile, I've actually configured it before, but then I tried to actually use a library which works fine, is really good, but I think I can do sort of manage it on my own if I just spend some time on it. But the library is pretty good too. It's svelte put and put as in put it in your uh, GitHub. Let's just see svelte put. Ooh, svelte put. I think we'll be able to better get to it through Google, and it just contains a lot of essential uh, components and features that you may require in your website. So this is what I was using to get this thing to work, and it's pretty cool. And what it does is ensures that someone doesn't just keep on filling up your form. Another alternative to this is kind of form recapture by Google, and that is like paid. And so that is why people want to stick with Cloudflare Turnstile, which is absolutely free of cost, works amazing, integrates quite well, doesn't actually slow down your website or anything like that. It just works. Both of these don't work. Wait, what? How are we to even work through this? Anyhow, let's just get back to it and see how we can do some stuff. Literals, true, z dot literal. Can we also go with z dot literal instead of actually defining the refine function over here? If we say z dot literal, and this has to be a value of true. What happens in this case? Let's hope it fails. Now it is expecting true, so we don't even have to use the refine function in this case. We can just say that it has to be true, and if it isn't true, then well, good luck. And now it sort of works. Hmm. So we can kind of store it right here and just say that this is going to be a boolean. A lot of things have happened till now, and we have successfully completed our challenge. The last part, the very last part, is to use it with Shadcn. repeat server load, and then we have our async function going over to const form equals super validate, and we want our zod. Again, this is the adapter that will be used, and then we want to pass in the schema. So form schema from lib, uh, migration form schema from lib schema, and then we of course return the form to the front end where it is going to be used. Next we go to script, and type is going to be again ts. We are going to say let data, and this time the data is going to be again equal to page data, and we get the type from Svelte itself. Now that we have done this, we are going to define it as a prop rune, which would make sure that this is reactive. Cool. We also want to get our form, so const form, and we want the super form thing from this whole thing, and we have to pass it the data dot form, and then we have to pass in the validator. Okay, we can get zod client and pass in the form schema, and that sort of gives us what we needed. Again, it can't be, we have to await this whole thing, and we get this right. Now we can destructure what we want. So we want the form, and we can rename it to form data so that it does not conflict with the original form name. And going ahead, we can also get the enhance uh, that is returned from the form itself, right? And so enhance would be used to mostly ensure that we are actually not reloading the page when we submit the form, and that sort of does the trick. We have set that up, and now we can say right. What is the unexpected token that it is getting? Still don't understand. Whoa. How does that even work? Like, do I just define it inside? Shit, I typed in type. It has to be lang. And I think this should work now. Shadcn-svelte form. And maybe like how much time is left? Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Well, that was a lot of work. And now since we have to configure the Shadcn-svelte form, we have to go to its documentation instead now and work through it one step at a time. Right, right. So again, we will start with a very simple example, and then maybe we can go fancier with combo box and things like that, which are pretty much really awesome to work with. Provide us with a lot of stuff that we can actually do and use. But anyhow, anyhow, anyhow. Ooh, 1 0. Okay, we have some amount of break available to us, which is like the best thing in the world. Damn, dude. Oh no, my hand. Whoa. This chair is like nice. The one in my office is like really like it just does not recline a lot, which is a good thing because then I just slip out and go into a deep slumber. The room is pretty comfortable, I have to say. Like I can definitely say it's very comfortable. Like extremely comfortable. Ooh. Oh man. Let's just enjoy our 4 minute break because I mean, do we ever get time to take breaks? Do we even think about taking a break ever? That's kind of like, uh, it's always recommended to take like a 10-minute break or a 5-minute break every hour and go for a walk, which actually gets the blood flowing. It also gives your mind some rest because, I mean, if you're tired and you keep on working, your efficiency is going to keep on decreasing, and then you get diminishing returns no matter how much you put in the effort. So it's generally a good idea to take in breaks or even to have some, let's say, some lighter activities or some tasks that don't consume a lot of energy, mental capacity. It's pretty cool, right? I mean, breaks are the best. I really like taking breaks. Break, break it down. We should also break down complex topics into something that is much more easy and useful. Hello, one viewer. What's up? Do you like Svelte and do you work with it? Because it's awesome. It's fast. It's like super duper fast, super duper fast. Especially Svelte 5, it's like a whole different ball game. Like I used to think Svelte 4 is pretty cool. Had a lot of syntactic sugar as well, but Svelte 5 I feel like is a lot better, except for the snippet syntax, which is like boring. Yeah, too long to type out. I think if we could just get JSX, In Svelte, I think it would be really awesome because JSX is kind of easier to use. Uh, Pretty much JavaScript, you can kind of use map and everything like that. Uh, Conditionally rendering components is easier. You don't have like that feels like if Svelte also had the option. Like I know Vue has it, right? So Vue didn't have anything to do with this whole mess of JSX, but they now support it, even though they recommend against using it, but they say in some places you can. So mostly they want you to stick with the template, but JSX they too even think that it has its own place. Okay, we are almost done with the break, but right, we have got 15 minutes to configure this whole thing. Right, and this works somewhat different than Formsnap. So instead of just field, what we have is form.field. Instead of control, we have form.control. So everything we just append with a form, and that should pretty much work. So are we ready for this bullshit? Welcome to the bullshit mountain. We want the method to be post, and let's just start configuring this. So we have already installed the form element from Shadcn, I guess. Where is form dot uh, field, and let's just get this imported from here. So we need the import syntax because we are not getting it. Maybe there are a lot of things that are actually not required. We'll have to pass in form, and the name also is going to be name right here. The next thing we want is form dot control, and this thing is going to have attributes as one of the things, and then we are going to have form dot label. So the syntax is pretty much the same. What we are actually doing right now is making sure that we kind of just using the Shadcn-svelte components instead of the Formsnap components. So everything is just appended with form, and they are very similar because again made by the same guy. Ooh, shit. And apart from that, we can also use the input element that we get from Shadcn-svelte. Right, right, right. And we just use the attributes, like we spread it in here, so everything is bounded properly, and we can see that right here as well. If we just go ahead and look at these examples, we have attributes we set the attributes variable on control, and then we pass it right here, but we also need to bind the value, which we haven't done yet. So bind value, and this is going to be equal to form data dot again name. So this works quite well. We also have other components, so form dot description to describe this whole thing, and Also, we may want to show errors, so form dot field errors, and that should be more or less it. Whoa, what the hell happened? So we can see that form dot field errors is what we have, and all of this works quite well together, right? We now have to define two more of these. So this one is for the name. I think emojis are great for defining your uh, documenting your code because they are fun and easy to work with. So the other field that we have is email, and the thing is that everything is typed, so you'll get autocomplete. You cannot just pass in anything whatsoever. So if I do that, I am going to get an error because it is not one of the fields that is in our schema. So we have to define things that are already in the schema itself. Then we want form.label, and this is going to be email. But before that also we want form.control attributes. And then we want another input field attributes, and we are getting somewhere, right? We are actually getting somewhere with this. I don't know why the whole thing just doesn't reload automatically. Of course, we can also have the super debug element so that we at least keep getting. Just give me a second. Okay, had to take my meds, but we are good to go. And just 7 more minutes left in which we have to configure this whole form. We don't have time. We're dying. We're dying of. We are dying of nothing. Okay. Okay, why am I getting the whole thing as a response right here? Okay, the hot module reloading isn't working. For some reason, it just isn't working. Maybe if I just close this and reopen this, maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. Who cares? We just need to try. Right? Right? Are you with me or are you against me? npm run dev. Right, we are done with that. Let's go ahead and try this out on a new page. So we have to go with shad, and that kind of works. Next, what we want to do is define a select element, right? And for this to work, we also want to do, so we are going to use it with form. And for the code, we can look at the example how to use this. So we have a select.root, select.trigger, select.content, and that is how this whole thing is going to work. So how about we just copy this whole thing, right? And we'll be able to paste it right here. This is where the app is. Okay, I guess we need to import it from right here, and oh man, the hot module reloading has failed altogether, and that is why we were slow, but we'll be back in another 15 minutes. Holy Jesus. Let's go ahead and start the last one for the day. The last session. This will be the very last session. Then I've gotta go and get a haircut. A haircut. Or maybe this would be the second last session. I don't know. I have no clue whatsoever. Though having a clue is highly overrated. Let's go. Let us go. Let's go. And just let's do it. Right? Right? Am I right? Or am I right? Okay, we are going to get it from here. Right, we have to at least define some. Uh, so selected, we have to bind it to something, right? And what it says is, what it says is, to use selected email. So will I have to create a separate thing to keep track of this? Like, is that necessary? And how does the select field actually works? I mean, that's the confusing part about it. Somewhere we have a select input, which we are kind of getting over here. But then we also have a form, and in here we need selected and we have on selected change. I don't know why, but the FBI showed up. But the FBI kind of showed up. Okay, let's just go with this whole thing right here and see if this actually works with what we want. We'll again remove this whole thing from here. Yep, the controls are not working. Why are they jammed though? Okay, I don't understand what has happened to this, but it's kind of irritating. This is irritating. What has happened to this form? What has happened? What happened to your form? Why aren't you working? I don't see any error, at least for now. I'm not seeing any error whatsoever. Oh, shit. I disabled JavaScript. Damn, damn, damn it. Wasted so much time trying to figure this out. but I had actually disabled JavaScript, and that is why we are getting this kind of an error that we were getting. Man, this is some bullshit. Let's just go ahead and start configuring it. Value is also app, label is also app, and this thing is also app. So kind of now it looks pretty cool. Now I know why the hot module reload was also not working for quite some time, because we had disabled JavaScript and it required JavaScript to actually work. Shit. Again, we'll go with the sluggy toy string is going to be a string, and we are going to return string dot split at dash, and then map word at 0 plus dot to uppercase, and then we'll add word dot slice from 1 to the end. And since this is an array, we need to join it, and we are done with the deslugify option. Um, mm -mm, mm -mm, mm -mm, mm -mm, mm -mm. And now we get everything working quite well. We can see that things are pretty cool now. Whew. Tired. Someone's tired. Also have some snacks with myself right now. And I'll just open this up. I'll just see what I have. And it's a choco pie. Choco pies are really cool. They taste really good, right? Right? Am I right or am I wrong? Mm. Okay, it's dark and it's 12. It's midnight right now here. I'm not lying. Trust me, trust me. It's not like you can see the time right over my shoulder, but that's fake time. Kind of like Donald Trump saying fake news, fake, it's fake, fake, everything's fake. But it is a question like, what do you prefer? Money, fame, or power? Hmm. Holy Jesus. We are almost done with this whole thing. Oh man. So we have done a lot of things. We actually started off with a simple without library form validation. We then went to uh, sveltekit-superforms and then to Formsnap, and now we are finally at shadcn-svelte. And this is our final destination. If we are able to configure this, what we are going to do is put the code onto the website. Oh, I forgot another step. We need to configure Cloudflare turnstiles. Holy moly, Jesus. Whoa. Oh man. Tired. Tired. Want to listen to some awesome music? You can try out this playlist, which is just awesome. Awesome. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's just an amazing thing. How do I actually work through this now? I need to think. Roiki Tenkai. Roigi Tenkai, Pervert Island. That would be funny. That that would be funny. Roigi Tenkai, Pervert Island. Domain expansion. I think this is how it goes. Domain expansion. Infinite void. I think the coolest one of them all the domain expansions is uh, what was that? Which was the coolest domain expansions? I think the let's just go down to list. Yeah, Mojito I think has the coolest domain expansion of all, which is self embodiment of perfection. And I don't know if you have seen it, but it is pretty cool. Like we still have 51 seconds. If you want to see it, I'll just show you. I think we can find it on YouTube. Mostly Mojito domain expansion. It's just the coolest thing ever. I mean, the skills required to draw this would be just insane. Like you'd have to be insane level of skill level to draw something like this. Like hands are pretty difficult to draw. I don't think they showed it properly right here, but yeah, this one. Let's just try this. Okay, so hands are particularly difficult to draw, and then to go ahead and draw something like this is just insane level of skills required. I mean, that is what I think. I mean, this is the most insane sequence in any anime that I have seen, and I think that it would be equally the most difficult one as well. But let's get back to work because our break time is up. So we have got deslugify and we can actually have our apps. And right now it's not binded to anything. And how would that actually work? If we look at the select element and its documentation, we can see that mostly we have, because this is a single select and that is what I want actually. And they have actually set up another variable to manage the state of this select component. Okay, so we want to spread the attributes on select.trigger. That doesn't bind it yet. We're just spreading the attributes, and I think that what that gives us is all of the attributes that would be required. Uh, okay, so this is a button element. Right, it's all right. At least we are getting all of the attributes. The next thing that we need to pass, I don't get the idea of this input hidden field. Like, do we need this? Let's just try it out. Why am I even thinking about something that I haven't even tried? So first of all, what I'm going to do is use the onSelected change property. Right, that would be the easiest thing to control right now. And we have to set that on this. So we have this function that we can actually use. And this function gives us value, which is currently selected for this item. Okay, I'm also going to do something is I'm going to set up let SEL is equal to state so that I can just check its value and see what we actually get. And then I also want to look at it right here. So we are getting the value now. It is binded with that whole thing. Right. Uh, like why are we getting this sort of that value may be undefined? Is it because we have actually set up a default value for it. I mean, value isn't going to be optional, it is always going to be there. Then why do we chain it like this? Why the optional chaining method is being applied when we don't even need that? Okay. I don't see anywhere the value being unknown. Hmm. Okay, I think I know why this is happening. Okay, how do I set the default value here? Okay, we also need to make sure that V exists. We haven't actually made sure of that. So this is a pretty easy syntax for us to use. Like it says that if V exists, then go with this. Okay. Oh man. Okay, I think that I've reached my limit for the day. I just don't think that I'm getting the same amount of returns as I was getting at the start. So let's just call it a day for today. I mean, um, we have gone for more than 7 hours, which is good, with breaks in between, of course, but still, maybe 6.5, 6 hours. That's pretty cool. We'll get back to it tomorrow, which would be awesome, awesome. And then we can also look at how to make this, configure this properly, and then we'll just pack it into a nice small tutorial sort of thing and post it on YouTube so that other people can use it as a reference or starting point to configure the whole form for themselves, right? Pretty cool, and we are done. The name is Mean Egian. Mean Egian. The name is